Welcome back, everybody. Just finishing up a little bit of soul research on the side. And then we're going to see how bad this is going to get for them. Not looking good, though. Oh, it's looking nice. We cleared our first vector gap. Little tiny SR flip we need to get past.
Can you you know what? Never mind. I'll just look up what's going on with Solana. I'll figure it out.
No, I got you. So that Libra coin that we watched the other day, right? The Argentinian one, the
Yep.
one that got rugged or whatever. So I guess the team tried to make this. I don't even want to say they try to make him a patsy because usually the patsy's not guilty. This dude is a shit. He's one of the shits. Right? He's a scammer and shit. He was involved with Melania. He was involved with um Libra. Anyways, this is the CoffeeZilla interview that everybody's been talking about. So he calls up CoffeeZilla and he's like, "Look, I got all this money. I don't know what to do with it. Um, I don't want to be the bad guy, and I know you're the guy for this. So I want to talk to you and go over some options on like how I can get out of this without, you know." So I had that whole, what you call it. Anyways, point is during the podcast, the kid admits to sniping his own token. Right? He's like, well, we had to snipe the snipers because if you don't snipe the snipers, then the snipers are gonna snipe the project, and then the project is going to shit. Da 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 da. So CoffeeZilla's like eyeballs popped out of his head when he said it. And he's like, wait, what do you mean? So he made such a big deal about it being widespread that people started to ask questions and dig in a little deeper. So apparently he has been in partnership with this guy Ben. The guy Ben is the guy from Meteora. Meteora is co-founded by Ben and the founder of Jupiter. And now it's coming out that Meteora has been sniping basically every single meme coin that comes out of there, and selling contract addresses, right, to the highest bidder, to these cabals and shit like that. So Jupiter's taking a massive shit right now. The whole meme coin thing is all, the whole meme coin world is all on edge. The problem is that this is happening less than 2 weeks away from a massive unlock on Solana. I got to check the numbers, but I think it's like 1.5 billion March 1st. So now the question is, well, if they have these unlocks and the meme coin casino is dead, and the meme coin casino was responsible for 85% of the transactions on Solana, then what are the chances of Solana making a new all-time high if it breaks the support that it's at? Right, we'd be talking about the 124 on Sol. Now the problem is that you see my red lines here, 89, 88, 87, 85. These are where investors got in, and their tokens are the ones that are about to be released on March 1st. So the problem we're having is how close to their average do you get before the price gets released? Now, the good thing is that chances are the closer the price is, the more of a chance that they're going to hold on to those coins and not dump them. You know what I mean? Because at that point, it's like you're at break even. You're probably going to end up holding.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of coins to come out into the market. So basically we've got three options right now. We've got option one, which is the best option, which is we catch here in this green box or even right where we are, and that support is enough. This line right here is right there, November 5th. Trump was elected. So the problem with that is all of the America First narrative, right? All of the Trump meme coin narrative, it's just been washed out. Like, we're back to election day. So none of that is priced in right now, right? It's been priced right back out of the market, which is good for us if it holds, because they'll have to price it back in once all the FUD clears. But if it adds to the FUD and people start getting nervous about that drop and start selling into this, then, I mean, we could have from here to the bottom of the range is a 25% drop on Sol.
So everything you just said makes sense. Like, I totally get it, and I don't want to be argumentative, but
No,
again, a lot of coins look just like that, and they don't have any FUD on them.
That's the problem. No, I agree. The chart itself, if you remove everything else, doesn't look bad at all.
Like, just like Ondo, man, went up and just peaked and just dumped hard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even Link has been holding ground, but it's still bleeding hard to dominance. It's like, how do you differentiate? Like, how do you filter out what's the Venn diagram between FUD and dominance, right?
Well, we've got to look on chain. Right? That's why I'm looking more on sort of on chain metrics. The transactions have hit the floor on Sol right now because the meme coin casino is basically everybody's seeing behind the curtain. Not that we've been telling people this shit forever, but I guess now, the problem is this is when Pump.Fund launched. Hold on. This is when Pump.Fund launched. Around this range here. It's been purely extractive, right? Like, we've done nothing but make lower highs against Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's a really good like call out there. That
and
chart
then
there.
And then the problem is this, right? Because our support that was holding us this whole time, now we've broken.
Yep.
So for me, the real question is, the question isn't, do I buy Sol, right? Sol, there's going to be the right price for it. The question is, how long do I wait?
Yep.
And am I comfortable DCing where I expected to DC? I already made my first buys, but am I comfortable holding, or will I be selling this as we come up and clear these vectors? Depends on how long this takes. I mean, from the time that I was just researching right now after dinner, it's every 20 minutes there's new shit coming out. And it's not necessarily FUD. It's they're really digging into these wallets and finding out
Like,
how much Jupiter had to do with. Like, if we look at the Jupe chart, and this is specifically going to affect Solana and Jupiter more than anything, right? But you know, Jupe can't go down much further, or it's going to have serious issues. And right now, they're enemy number one on Twitter.
like that drop on Solana, like it might retrace a little bit because the RSI is so bad, but when it goes back down, it might even go down harder than it did before. It just everything's bled so bad for the past 2 days that I can't see it breaking your buy right now. But man, like once it goes up and then it comes back down, it's probably just gonna
That's
end
yeah,
up being
exactly. That's my question. Now, I do think we get a relief rally from where we are. The question is, how long do I hold that trade for?
yeah.
Give me 1 second. I want to show you some outflow, inflow sort of data. Let me see if I can pull it up. I gotta get my other PC. Hold on. All right, my bad. I'm back. Go to the Explorer. This is not the right site. This is not it either. Give me a second. All right, my bad. I'm back. All right, so here's the Explorer. Let's clarify this. So this is showing transferred amount between chains, right? Bridged amounts. So you can see where the money's flowing out of Solana into, where it's flowing out of Ethereum into. Let me clear this up. All right, so when you look at Solana in the last, what is this, 30 days? You see money coming out into BNB, Ethereum. This money that's coming out into Arbitrum is really hyperliquid, right? Arbitrum is a hyperliquid fork. So payments have to come in through Arbitrum. Look on the daily. These are outflows from Solana. Straight into ETH.
But by looking at that, but looking at the path, so the graphical representation doesn't show a flow out of Solana.
No, we're just talking about where the money's. We've already seen that the transactions are down to almost nothing on the other metrics. So the question is now, who's benefiting? Like, where is it actually going? And as of today, the majority of it has gone to ETH. We had some come to base. We had some filter back into Solana, but the amount that left Solana came back into Solana. You got some deviation there.
I think it's because your Cypher Dbloc logo's hiding the.
Oh, yeah, hold on. That's probably a good idea. Move that.
Oh, there we go. Now I can see the Solana purple. I didn't see it before.
Yeah,
Now, okay,
yeah.
now it makes sense. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. 30 days. It really today has been the most sort of drastic, obviously, because of what's going on. But you're looking at 552 mil.
Yeah.
And
So
then
how does that? So when a trader or maybe a market maker sees this, this is how it changes the order book, because it by itself, more usage on another network is not going to cause its native token to climb, but smart traders are going to be looking at this and going,
yeah,
"Oh crap, people are going." Yeah,
yeah,
got
you're going towards where the people are, right? The most transactions. When you're trying to invest in like L1s, and L2s, you want daily transactions. You want You want to check the transaction fees, how much they're bringing in, trades per day, things like that. New users per day. But we'll see. We're still uncovering. It's really gonna come down to how responsible Jupiter was. If we find out that this guy Meow from Jupiter is dirty and he was, because Meteora basically provides liquidity for Jupiter. And then they themselves also have their own liquidity provider. So it's sort of like it makes people remember FTX, right? It makes people remember FTX and Alameda.
Yeah.
No, Blake, that could be into stables. Even what came out of Solana into Ethereum could have all went into stables. It didn't necessarily have to move onto Ethereum, but it moved on to the Ethereum blockchain. Right? The Explorer is it basically shows you what's being bridged from chain to chain. So that's like money leaving the chain or coming into the chain for good, or at least in real time. I'm holding a fresh soul bag, so that's why I'm kind of paying attention to it so closely. But give me a second, and I'll go in a little deeper into what actually happened, what we know. We can just cut out the FUD and look at the facts of what we know so far. I'll be right back.
Yo, did he say be right back?
All right, I'm back, yo. All right, this is what everybody's talking about right now. So just to catch up, the guy Hayden was the guy that was responsible for the sniping teams that sniped out Melania, and sniped out LibraCoin. Then we find out that part of his team is this Ben guy that actually is the co-founder of Meteora, where all of these coins were listed. Right, so the listing exchange is being called out for sniping the tokens, and Hayden tried to act like he didn't know what was going on. And then one of the guys that he was trying to throw under the bus recorded this phone call for one of their Discord calls.
By the way, I'm jet lagged like crazy. I haven't slept for 17 hours. But apart from that, just
the guy talking is the guy that's being thrown under the bus. The guy on the call is Ben, the co-founder of Meteora.
And one of the interest that we got was specifically from Kelsier, from Dr. Tom, as you know him very well, and Hayden, and his brother Gideon. They wanted to invest. Long story short, we just couldn't have enough ticket size. And so I managed to hustle them in for 30K, nothing significant. And they started approaching us for other requests. Besides the point, we sort of, our co-founder is sort of passive, and he's really good at liquidity providing. So they asked, hey, could you give us a hand with liquidity provision? We want to do all sorts of we need all sorts of help with liquidity provision. And the co-founder, Vlad, he's very good. He's been doing it for 3.5 years. He was also part of version 1, version 2, version 3. He's been there, done that. And we started, I sort of let Vlad take care of things, and I sort of kept a very brief look over the entire thing. And it has nothing to do with DeFi Tuna. It was just a separate venture that we're doing. And,
DeFi Tuna is the market maker for Meteora.
We get to know each other, and we learn more and more about what they're doing, M3, Meteora. When we get to know more and more about the involvement of Meteora. And slowly I start realizing that all of this is growing a little bit ugly and out of control. Specifically speaking, why do I say ugly? There is a lot of
it's clearly ugly now, man. I mean, it's
a lot of the tokens. So I'll give you an example. One scary thing was when Melania came out, like 30 minutes before Melania token. Somehow Hayden knows about the ticker. Hayden, not 30, but Hayden knows about it being retweeted, and he's sort of telling it to Vlad, and he has 1% supply sent over, and he's asking him to provide liquidity. And I'm thinking, how many people is he telling to at the same time as well? Because there's a lot of wallet sniping. Now, the wallets that sniped Melania also sniped all the other consecutive launches. And I'm starting to think that there's a very big internal insider trading going on.
No, holy shit.
You hear the surprise in his voice. Holy shit.
Well, I don't know, Ben, I honestly don't even know what to say. From my understanding, also,
Well, let me ask you this: what facts on the ground is that your co-founder, was given token to Melania before the launch?
Hayden was taking care of, but I believe, Ben, you knew this because you actually gave a lot of the instructions. From Hayden's point of view, he many times would get on a call with you or a text.
He's like, why are you acting surprised? I was in the calls with you.
Ben said that. Ben said it's launching this. Ben said she's going to tweet. So this is a little bit foreign. This is a bit weird on my side that you sound surprised.
Well, look, I don't know what happens underneath Hayden. And so with I was involved in the Melania one. I'm not involved in everything to all degrees, right? But Melania was, I don't know, that was a very
The founder of the exchange admitting to sniping
that was,
Melania when they listed it.
like people tend to not know what they're doing, and that one was so high profile and sort of rushed, and those guys were like, it's kind of I didn't want them to fuck it up, so.
Such a good
I
guy.
was trying to help them because there were issues on things, and so you know, so man, that's crazy. I wasn't aware of any of this stuff. Like he doesn't. I don't know. Like in fact, I thought I knew things, but I guess I don't know anything. But
It's like your kid trying to lie to you.
So what was your co-founder doing with this?
Look, we didn't know what was going on because we were given, well, I was not given tokens. Our co-founder was being given tokens. Those tokens came from mint address. So whoever minted it obviously sent it from the treasury. And Vlad was given the very simple instruction of just liquidity provided on Meteora, specifically Meteora because Ben doesn't want it anywhere else. I would check in once every 3 days, but that was particularly weird for me, the fact that it came from Treasury. At a certain stage, it was scary numbers, Ben. It was like $100 million or something like that. I told Vlad, when Vlad called me, I told him, look, Vlad, return everything. Don't keep a penny. Whatever you do, just return anything. This could be anyone's money. You don't know whose money it is. You don't know what's happening. And he did so, and then Hayden was like, don't freak out, whatever. We got permission, all is good. And after 2-3 days, he returned with, cool head. He spoke with Hayden when Hayden explained that everything is legal. This is sort of like his payment on his marketing deal, 1%. I guess he also mentioned that he gets 1% a cut with you, sort of, for bringing projects to Meteor or something like that.
What? No, man, that's not true at all. What?
Like a 1% from things that get listed on Meteor, I guess, through him or whatever. There's some kind of cut. I don't know. A 1% cut.
What?
Like token.
Wait, 1% cut?
1% token cut, like that belongs to Kelsier.
Okay, sure. Okay, fine.
Is that right?
I mean, I don't know, actually. I'm not in... Okay, look...
You're going to act all surprised and then say you don't know.
I make connections, right? Okay? And then, and the Melania team, needed help with stuff. Made connections with Hayden. They need help with stuff. They didn't really know how things were happening. So I was like just giving them, hey, like, look, do this, 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 and this, all right? And then, and when there were issues, I'd be like, oh, wow, you really need help. You need help here. Like, do this, this, and this, Like, I'm just troubleshooting, like IT. Like, it was like, oh, look, this thing's not... Because, like, I think one time they weren't able to maybe they were having issues putting LP in. And maybe that's why he contacted your co-founder, because maybe he didn't have issues. I don't know. He just knew how to do LP management, provide liquidity, right? I don't know what the business, I don't know what the business arrangements he has with Melania or the other teams, right? Like, I just sort of, help with tech support. And if shit, is like, whatever, going crazy, I'll be like, hey, you do this kind of stuff, right? But I'm not like, I'm not, I don't know. Like, it's not it's not my thing, it's like I'm just trying to help people when they're stuck.
Such a helpful guy. He's just a chill guy.
I didn't know about this. Okay. Holy shit. Wow, this is new to me. Okay, so well, yeah, I guess he had your co-founder LP.
Yeah,
maybe that's okay because he did help getting someone to LP for.
So when I checked that it came from Treasury, and I bought it in. I said, Vlad, cut all everything. I wrote Kelsier saying, listen, guys, I don't know what you guys are running here. We don't want anything to do with this. If you guys want to work with Vlad works separately, but I cannot take responsibility. I sent a message to Dr. Tom. My wife and myself, we had an anniversary. Dr. Tom invited us over, so I flew into Barcelona. At the time, Jakey was there as well. I spent 2 days with Dr. Tom, with Kelsier. I got to know them better. And, people talk. And a lot of things started opening up. And just, we have exclusivity with Melee. We have exclusivity with Melee. So, I'm starting to understand these guys are, hustling with serious guys. McGregor, we were talking with McGregor, Portnoy, this is all potential things. And can we continue working with yourself and Vlad? I outlined all the issues that I have with this kind of arrangements. And I said, listen, guys, we need to be doing it in the right way, in a clean way. They talked with Vlad. And they asked me, hey, can we work with Vlad because we still have all these launches? I asked them, is it legit? They said, yeah, everything's clean, everything's legit, everything's done properly. We spend 2-3 days there, we leave, and, they're going on and doing the Android token. And with the Enron, and with that as well, again, same thing, snipes. Like everyone's sniping the token. Now, Ben,
what?
I was there physically, and the guys are sniping it. The guys they're sniping it. All their friends are sniping it. They're sending CAs to everyone and their mother.
What the fuck?
Meteor knows about Meteor. I'm sure Meteor has people who's sniping with them. I'm sure Jupiter has.
There's no one in Meteor that knows. First of all, no one first of all, no one was involved in Enron. Okay, on the Meteor side or Jupiter side or anything, right? I originally spoke to the Enron team, and then I made one connection, not even to Hayden, to another. They needed some market making help. I connected to another team that I know, and then that team came to me and told me the tokenomics, and I was like, hell no, like I'm not touching this. You guys should not touch this. Like this looks terrible. Like don't do any of this shit. And then I backed away. And I said, and I stopped. I didn't talk to that guy anymore. And I was like, whatever. Like I'm not involved. And then I somehow heard that Hayden had picked it up or something. Oh, actually, I didn't know any of this stuff. During the early phase,
he knew, but then he caught himself saying that he knew, and then now all of a sudden he doesn't know.
But then I just stepped away. I was like, fuck it. I don't want to be a part of this thing. But I wasn't a part of the Enron thing. Like I didn't know it launched. It just happened. They did it.
Look, Kelsier is very much affiliated with M3 and with everything. It's very close. To be there and just see how. Sorry, but
actually no. Please tell me because actually I don't know this.
Like I'm sitting down and I'm seeing, and everyone's got their phone. Everyone knows the contract address. Like Gideon, Hayden, Dr. Tom.
These are all massive names in Solana.
They'll have snipe bots ready. They'll have all the CA.
They're all sniping it. It's them sniping.
But Ben, it's not only them. There is even. I'm 100% sure that it's also Jake involved. Everyone's involved. I'm sure the influencers involved. Look.
Fuck me. Oh my god.
Oh my god, bro! This guy's voice is so
there
fake.
Are people that bypass them, like they do it faster than them, and it's like, look, the whole thing just looks rotten to the very core. Like I don't have words to express. Like I looked at it, I asked my co-founder Vlad, like, what the hell? He's like, hey, yeah, everyone's sniped. I'm like, of course sniped. Look, I'm sitting down and everyone's sniping it. What the fuck? The cherry on top was that I thought that they finished working, and I told. I sent Hayden and Tom because they were really eager to invest into us and to build all sorts of tooling internally, DeFi Tune, and be a part of us. I sent them to Orca, to Nathan, to be to have a proper chat because, frankly, I needed a third opinion about these people.
Yeah.
So they finished the call with Nathan, and I asked, well, what's going on? How is everything? And on the same night, they sort of disappear. I'm guessing they're busy. I'm about to go to bed, and I see the whole fiasco around Malay. Now, I know they had exclusivity with Malay because Dr. Tom told me they had exclusivity with Malay. I look over, I open the chart, I open the communications, and I see that it's, I think, I don't know, 300, 200 million was extracted from the entire thing. Something fucking sick, insane. And the way it was done was rotten to the core. Right there and then, Hayden couldn't bullshit anymore because there and then I knew that he had 100% control over the entire thing. It was him responsible. He had exclusivity. Before he could tell me, yeah, you know, we are playing with our 1% commission. Now this was just the cherry on top. I told Vlad, cut the shit. I wrote Hayden, very rough message. I wrote Dr. Tom, very rough message. And then first thing I did is I contacted everybody that was around that had anything to do with this. I said that we don't want to have any part of this. This is not us. This is not the way we do things. As soon as I found out about this, I wrote Hayden, and Hayden maybe got offended. I don't care that people get offended. This is definitely not cool. I wrote Saul Big Brain, our supporter, because he was also the guy who sort of vouched for Dr. Tom. And I spoke with Nathan, because Nathan also sort of had a call with Kelsier, and we all got, exposed to this. You know what happened? Like, basically, they just rugged. Legit, like, if there's a rug, this was a rug, like 101. And everyone was in it. From the insiders to the... what's his name? The guy who, to D-Gods, to Jakey, to, I'm sure everyone and their mother, everybody knew about it, and everybody sniped it, and some people were early, other people were late, and a lot of people lost money. And the worst thing of all is it's president that gets a bad image. And whenever presidents get involved, and if they become angry, you don't want to be there. Not only that, this is international. This isn't $20. This is not $100 million. This is like 200. This is FTX type of shit.
Fucking hell, man. I feel sick. I feel so sick, man. Holy shit. I feel really, really fucking sick.
Yeah, that's the world crashing down around you, buddy.
This is like Doc One.
That's what that feeling feels like.
Type of money. I mean,
this is SBF level, man.
When somebody says then, when he's cornered, oh, we're gonna buy back the token because we believe in this project. I mean, what the hell?
Fuck.
Like, who comes up with this? I don't know.
Oh
and Ben, like, honestly, like, I want to bring this forward because I want this to be in the light and for everyone to deal around, with this problem. I frankly don't know. I'm lost for words. I don't even know what to do in such a situation. It feels to me like there was somebody tolerating it internally because a lot of things were going on and a lot of things were getting listed. And
this guy's too nice. He needs to just say, it's you, Ben. I know it's you.
So sick, man.
Stop fronting. That's why I'm recording you. You're behind this whole shit.
Sick.
Stop talking to me like I'm stupid.
Because I gave him Melania. I didn't know he was a rugger. I feel so sick. I feel like I'm super exposed.
Just said he was with the crew, and a lot of things were said.
Like I just thought he was an okay guy. Like
I just thought he was a chill guy.
Like I don't know. I've never met anyone like he doesn't.
This guy's so full of shit. Don't believe this guy's shit for a second. By the way, Ben stepped down from Meteora about an hour ago. Was forced to step down.
His family was wonderful. My wife, myself and my wife, who really felt inspired. We had several conversations. My wife even says, "Hey Moti, I'm even reconsidering having a baby earlier with you because they inspired me." I'm like, "Oh, that's wonderful."
This is like the biggest rug family of the world.
Look, from our perspective, I don't think it's about me blaming anyone. I just said as is what I saw, what we, and I'm jet lagged like crazy. 17 hours. I didn't sleep, maybe 18.
All right, so that's if you want to watch the rest of it, it's on. You can go to Ryan Kumar on Twitter. But the TLDR market maker, Solana market maker, DeFi tuner that was market making for Meteora was working with Hayden on the rug pulls. Hayden was the guy that did the Melania and the token. That's been getting all of his contract addresses from this guy Ben. Right, they've all been doing it. He's sitting there trying to act stupid. I've never heard such an obvious liar in my life. The guy that recorded this had all the patience in the world, bro. I would have snapped on him so long ago. So yeah, he admits he worked with them. All the Solana OGs were there and sniping in real time. Ben acts like he didn't know anyone sniping. He had to step down. But this last part is important. Hayden, the kid that went to that's acting like he's the victim here, and he went to CoffeeZilla for help or whatever. He's gonna start snitching to save himself. And when he gets to talking, so I think that, and remember that Ben guy that was just talking is co-founder with the guy Meow from Jupiter. And that's why Jupiter's taking the hit that it's taken. If we find out that Jupiter was involved with sniping meme coins before launch on a mass scale like that, you're gonna see Solana do something stupid. That's basically what all of this is hanging on. Like, how far does the contagion go? Is it just Meteora? And did the guy from Jupiter, because the guy from Jupiter kind of sounds just like Ben right now. Oh my God, they did what? No. What? No. But it seems like a lot of the shadier stuff was kept on Meteora. Trump launched on Meteora. Melania launched on Meteora. Libra launched on Meteora. I don't know. It's nasty work, guys. It's nasty work.
Wow, this really is the year of exposure, man.
Yeah. Pat Williams was right. He didn't know
God,
how right he was.
bro, he said all kinds of stuff is gonna come out. Did they get Oprah yet?
Nah, yo, chill. Brother's bulletproof.
She owns you.
Man, I don't know. This shit, I mean, it's one thing to be in the trenches, right? And know that you're getting sniped and all that, and know that it's PvP, right? But to have the exchange themselves sniping you with market makers' assistance. Remember, we talked about the two different kind of market makers, right? These market makers at this level are project market makers. They're not like the market makers that we watch, right? They're not our friendly neighborhood market maker that makes us money. We're talking about Winter Mute and, the Savages. But to know that the odds are stacked against you by the casino itself is different, right? Like, everybody would go to the casino and try their luck, but would you go to the casino if you knew that they were stacking the deck? At that point, it's like, so the worry with Solana is, if this really affects the meme craze, then where do they make it up from, right? Because if they lose 80% of their transaction volume and their fees, then when traders go on to look at metrics on what they should invest in, Solana falls way down the list. That fake sound, that fake shock sound, like that fake surprise when he told him, he was like, what? Bro, that shit would trigger me. That shit would send me so quick. There's nothing more that I hate than like to be lied to my face.
Bro, you're telling me this?
I wouldn't have been able to hold my cool, bro. I would have lost it.
right? And they're just looking at you like you're
Oh,
fucking
so
dumb.
you think I'm stupid? That's what dude, you're lying to me like my kids, like with like low effort lie. You know?
Right? It's like, you think I'm a smart guy? And then they say yes, and then they still lie.
Yeah.
That's
So
right. That's how it usually goes.
it's not even a lie. People lie. Yo, men lie, women lie. It's you think I'm stupid. That's what gets me. That's what would trigger me. You think I'm dumb enough to believe what you're saying right now.
Yeah, I was with this girl last week. She lied right to my face, and I'm like, I asked her, "Do you think I'm a smart guy?" And she said, "Yeah."
Those are the good lies, man. Keep those lies up. That's good. Hey, when they stop making the effort to lie, right? That's when you're like, oh shit. Nah, I mean, guys, anything on Soul right now that isn't a meme, from AI agents to, down to your utility, will eventually catch a bid from this because the money's gonna want to go somewhere. And it's not gonna affect all memes, but that whole new meme launch craze, jumping in thinking you're first because you're on the 1 minute. And we've all made money there, right? It's not that. It's just kind of gross when you realize how deep the cabal goes. It's different to think it's a bunch of guys like us that got together, have a little bit of inside information, da da da. But when the casino themselves is loading the dice, that's a problem. Not to mention that it's just extractive, right? Like the money that's being made on memes is being made by mistake. We'll see. We're gonna see if we can hold this uptrend. We're building off of this bottom that we've formed so far. Come down and put in a bigger W. I would like to see us hold. I'd like to see us hold the support resistance flip right here. Give me a second. I'll show you why.
That 8-hour candle looks like money.
So I'd like to see that come down to the SR flip here, and then retest supply. Right, and that'll be our next larger time frame W. But we'll see.
Hello, mate.
I got you. I'll look at Jasmine for you. I was wondering if you were still in here. Well, we broke that uptrend. This is probably the most weakness that Jasmine has shown, honestly, since it took off the bottom. Since it took off from its lows. But compared to everything else, it still looks amazing, I'd have to say. This was that fake head and shoulders. All right, let's figure out what we got here. All right, so we had a vector gap here that got filled. And we just completed that. There is a bit of a vector gap underneath. We've already tapped down into this range once. The way that it's rolling over, it looks like it wants to come down and grab that. That would be sort of like that that 18 that you were talking about. Hmm. See if there's any life on lower time frames, but it does look like it just wants to roll over a little bit. Jasmine's probably my favorite, but it's more emotional probably than anything else. I mean, it's good tech. It's good tech and it's needed, but my ride with Jasmine has been epic. Yeah, I mean, I'm not mad at that. If it comes down there, I'm definitely gonna buy some more. Mm,
With what?
have you have you started to buy in? Have you started to buy into the position at all, MB, or you're still holding it? Yeah, I mean, we're pretty clearly in wick discovery here. Right, we broke that support. I haven't retested it yet. And there is a chance that we go up before we go down. But I think we're going to basically take this wick. That would be 18.5. And then hope for a double bottom. But yeah, if you're DCAing, you're in good shape. We don't want to take this entire vector though. I mean, it doesn't look like a lot, but it's a significant little dip there. Yeah. I think you would need dominance above 65 for that. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about possible lower levels, the only thing keeping Jasmine up is just how strong it is. I mean, look at this thing. Hard to find another chart that looks this nice. Jasmine is in the Jasmine is basically depend, right? So it provides security for Internet of Things. And now with AI agents coming into the mix, AI coming into the mix, it's just found a new life. But more importantly, like it had a nasty drop during the bear market where the team got rid of almost all the supply. They call it the Japanese Bitcoin. They say a lot of things. I'm just telling you what they call it. I'm not saying I agree, but it is my biggest position.
No, seriously, Dbloc. How do you still have dry powder, bro? I ran out of dry powder probably like a year ago.
Because I take profit like a maniac, bro. Listen, it is nothing for me to take 20% profit. Like I'm so, my PTSD has so ingrained that. So like I'll just look, when we get these recoveries, whatever's recovering the most, I'll automatically just shave 20% off.
Man, Well, it's not gonna happen to me next cycle.
It's hard to do, but once you get in the habit of doing it, it's even harder to not take the profits. But sometimes when everybody's excited here, I'm like, yo, chill. Like you're gonna make me take more profit. Like I have certain rules. Like when I feel euphoria, if there's euphoria in the air, some money needs to come out of the market.
So you taking 20%? Whether we're kind of like, would you take 20% down here? Because that's not something I could do,
Bro, I've taken 20% in positions that I'm upside down on.
bro.
I didn't clear completely out of the way of this altcoin massacre. I was definitely down 50, 60% on some of these. So the thing is, what do? Right? You wait for the next bump and then you take some profits. And if you're not confident that it is going to keep going down, then you don't take all. Right? So I could be down, I could be down 10K on something and have it pop up and I'll pull 20% profit because I know whatever I pull, I'm putting back in at the bottom. It's going to get me more coins. It's just a recompound. Just because you're upside down doesn't mean you've lost purchasing power, right? Those coins still hold purchasing power. You could sit there and look at them and be sad that they're down, or you could use that purchasing power to accumulate coins, especially if it's going to keep dropping. Right. Just sketchy to do, right? Because once you're upside down, you're like, you sort of freeze and you're like, okay, I'm just don't touch it, don't look at it, don't do anything. But that's not always the best. My favorite play is shifting shit around. Like if I'm down 25% on 2 tokens, and one of them I love and the other one is just I'm just shifting it into the one I love. Doesn't matter. I'm down 25% on each, right? It's an even exchange. I haven't lost anything. I'm not realizing an L. I'm actually taking a loss on paper for taxes, which is great. That helps. And that's another thing. If you guys didn't sell some of your positions and buy them back when you're down 50% just because you don't want to see the realized or you're leaving money on the table. Like you should have locked in some losses for the next tax season.
Uncle Sam's gonna get his piece either way, so you might as well, right?
I mean, if you're down 50% on your Doge or something like that, and you've got 10,000 Doge, but it's worth a lot less money than it was, you sell it, you take that loss, you immediately buy it back, you still have your 10,000 Doge, but now you've got, a 3K loss on the books or whatever it is that you took. Wash sales aren't illegal in crypto. You can't do that type of shit on Wall Street. Wall Street, you have to wait. You have to wait a certain amount of time. I think it's like a month or 2 months before you can rebuy. I don't remember what the current wash sale rules are for the dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Hey, I'm barely in stocks right now. I was swinging Lulu. I had Tesla at one point. Only stock I really have right now is Lucid. A little bit of Lucid because I like their cars. They look cool.
Yeah. I don't know. If you're upside down right now, one of the things you should be thinking is what's going to move when we do go. What's going to be the fastest mover, right? Which car is going to be the fastest out of what I'm holding, and which one's going to be the slowest. And if you're down equally on both of them, then you might as well just put all your money in the fastest car.
Which has more horsepower, huh?
Yep. Or maybe your coin's already run super, super hard, right? And it's got a good engine, but the tires are worn out. You're probably not going to make it 30 miles on this thing, You can usually tell what the fastest car is by the dips. Right? The coins that dip the least are usually the ones that recover the hardest. Your coin dips the least and you check your Bitcoin pair and it looks strong, then chances are it's the coins that hold mindshare. Right? If every trader, if every brain in the head of every trader was put into one single brain, what coin is that brain thinking about? What's that brain's list? I'll take 20% of whatever's left in the trade completely, Lojin. Yeah, I believe in super as much as I believe in the gaming narrative. The only way super fails is if we don't have a gaming narrative, which would be insane to me, and my bags would feel it heavily. No, I don't think it's too late to consider Sui at all, yo. Sui's really, really low on the risk averages right now. As far as risk reward, I'm actually probably gonna filter a couple of positions into Sui. The good thing about building conviction in a project is once you have it, it's easier to sort of load in with heavier weight.
Bro, this damn Litecoin position's crazy. That chart's nuts.
Yeah, Litecoin's another one, man. Litecoin's probably gonna do really well until I think July. Hold on, I had it over here. I had it on Polymarket. What is this? What is my Polymarket? Here? No.
Yeah, they got some like ETF. Like, what's going on with that? Why we got Litecoin ETF?
No,
We just got our Bitcoin ETFs. What's going on?
Here it is, Poly. So one of the things on Poly was, oh damn, this is actually changed to 50-50. This was a lot less than that. There was like a 70% chance. No. But yeah, so there's a date on it, right? So that means that we can buy the rumor, sell the news. I was planning on being out by the summer anyways on some alts, you know, for the dip. So this works for me.
The December one is like probably 70% or even higher.
I
Just
don't
click
know.
the right next to, right above the numbers.
My bad. Yeah, I pressed the wrong.
Right above where it says 55%. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, 87% chance. It's pretty big.
To me, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? I mean, you got to remember institutions like Safe and Boring, and they're used to 15% year over year return. So Litecoin is more than enough. More than enough. It's an easy yes from the SEC, right? Because it's based off Bitcoin. Bitcoin's already been called a commodity or whatever.
Making everything an ETF at this point.
They're gonna try. They're gonna try.
That's what it really feels like. It's like, why? You told me 2 years ago we would have a Litecoin ETF in 2025. I'd be like, why?
Yeah,
what's going on? Man, I remember when we were just trying to get the Bitcoin ETFs, and then the dude's SEC Twitter got hacked, and like we got blue balls like twice, and like now we're just getting Litecoin ETFs like it's nothing. Man, it's luxury. I'm saying we're getting it. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get it. It being at 87%.
What did we do today? Did we go? Did we even have a red day? Nope, we didn't. Man, this thing, I don't know. Like I said, it's hard for me to tell anybody invest in Litecoin in 2025. But if I just ignore everything, you know, it does look nice. It does look nice.
People on the streets like to use Litecoin to buy stuff. I don't know why they chose Litecoin, but yeah, like yo, it's crazy. Imagine buying some stuff off the streets with the Litecoin ETF. check your Schwab, bro. I'm gonna send you some Litecoin ETF.
It's interesting because the move sort of got front run. Oh, no, it didn't. I pulled this measured move completely wrong. What was I thinking when I pulled this measured move? Where the hell did I think the pole was? That would have been the measured move there. Still got front run a bit, but I don't know, man. I mean, compared to some other charts, like if we look at, let's get rid of this.
Yo, Trump and Elon are about to have an interview on Hannity. Let's go Doge. Let's go Trump. It's like,
Is it live?
I think it was just pre-recorded recently. I got an email from Trump himself because I'm part of the email campaign on Trump's campaign, and they told me to look out within an hour.
You heard about all the Meteora news?
What happened with Meteora?
It just found out all the Solana OGs and Meteora have been sniping every contract that comes out of there, including Trump, including Melania, including Libra.
Yeah, I remember someone talking about that. There were some snipers in the Trump things, but a lot of them got
but I mean Meteora themselves.
Oh, themselves?
Yeah, the guy from Meteora just resigned, and now they're trying to bring Jupiter into it, and the dude Hayden is snitching on everybody, so he's not even done talking yet.
Oh man,
he was selling contract addresses. The guy Ben sold him the contract address for Melania, and then he tried to be like, "Oh, I didn't know. Thought he was a good guy, bro." We just listened to the whole shit. You'll find it on Twitter. Go listen to.
Yeah.
Somebody called him and then had him on a Discord call and basically just had him snitching on himself.
I gotta check that out.
I don't know, man. Let's take a look at Litecoin BTC.
Hey, Litecoin owner here.
I mean, it is definitely showing some life off the bottoms on BTC.
I'm the guy that told the Trump people to go buy Litecoin.
Hey, you don't even want to play like that right now. It's bad for any insiders right now, bro. Alright, so look, this is Litecoin BTC. Let's compare it to ETH BTC. Oh man. Damn it, ETH. Alright, maybe that's not a fair comparison. Let's compare it to Sol BTC.
Yeah, you've got a curse, man. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we were looking at this earlier. This breakdown on Sol BTC is an issue. You know, when I was doing the research on what happened, this dude on Twitter pointed out that since Pump Fund has been out, Sol's done nothing but create lower highs against its Bitcoin pair. Meaning, as much money as was made on the Solana blockchain, it was extractive, right? It didn't add to the value of the chain at all. Wild, wild west, baby.
I used to go downtown, down 24th Street. Remember that? The wild, wild west.
Yeah, I heard it in his voice when you said it. That's funny. My uncles used to blast that shit.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Let's hope that this is a culling, right? It's funny because so much so much feels like bear market, and before everybody freaks out, hear me out. Let me finish my sentence. So much of this feels like bottom of the bear market. Like this is bottom of the bear market level FUD, bottom of the bear market flush outs, bottom of the bear market liquidations. Like I've never seen Bitcoin at a price that it's at and had this many sort of, bearish, quote unquote, but really bullish, what we look for as bullish, right? What we look for as entries.
Thought it was
Yes,
just me.
it's history repeating though, kind of in a way, because even back in the day when Bitcoin's just probably getting over $1, same kind of discussions. Of course, there was different kind, but in the same tone.
Yeah, but you're usually down at the bottoms, right? At the tops, we hear about the $1 million Bitcoin, and we hear about crypto's going to change the world.
Right.
That's why I know this isn't a top. Even if I couldn't look at a chart, I could go on Twitter and tell you that this is not how cycles top.
Yeah, the vibes aren't there.
Cycles top in pure euphoria. And I know you might think, okay, well, maybe it already topped and that was the euphoric. No. I'm talking like pure euphoria. Like even when Bitcoin came down to 40K from 60, there was still euphoria. Like, oh, every bump, every new every new weekly green candle was a super cycle.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, this level of desperation and sort of capitulation happens at bottoms. It's weird.
Now I'm getting that same vibe. That's why I'm like just looking for some other coins right now that have got wrecked, that already pumped and got wrecked, that kind of already did its dirt, so that it's kind of reset and ready to rock again. That's kind of how I feel about Trump. Like it got so pumped and dumped that it's like, all right, this could be at the bottom, like Jasmine did, Jasmine had that pump, dump, and then bang.
Yeah, I heard a word today that I haven't heard since the bottom of the bear market, and it's still like gives me PTSD. Contagion. Remember that? Oh, it's not just FTX. It's the contagion. Right? Where's it gonna spread to? How bad is this gonna get? That's what you're hearing now. And it's like, ooh, I don't know. Last time you guys were talking like that, we did nothing but go up and to the right.
What's up, everyone? What's up, Dbloc?
What's going on, brother? Yeah, Logan. Not enough people in the chat for it to be a top. We're gonna have well over 1,000 people in the chat.
Yeah, I think spring, like early spring should be pretty darn bullish, and then probably right after, I'd say mid-spring is a good time. Maybe late spring, early fall, take profits.
Yeah, I think in March we might see a little bit of a downward pressure, but then we might see a V-shaped recovery.
Yeah, I'm looking for summer doldrums. In December I told you guys I was de-risking and going into Bitcoin and just higher market cap shit. I'll be making that same move going into the summer. But nimble, right? Not your usual sell in May and go away, but more like de-risk in May and keep your finger on the trigger and keep your eyes glued to the charts. If I'm gonna take that downturn, I'm gonna take it in Bitcoin. I'm not going through all of this right now. Recover, have a half of a alt season, and then give 50% of it back in the summer.
Good evening, sir.
What's going on, bro?
Not a whole lot. Just going through some X files, and damn if Mr. Trump hasn't posted about XRP.
You said he hasn't, or he has?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, I saw the Sol and XRP were mentioned already, and for the sovereign shit, the sovereign wealth fund.
Yeah, Bitcoin boys are having a shit fit over that one.
Interesting times, man. Interesting times. The amount of FUD is too much. I have money to buy the dip, but I don't have enough money to buy the dip for the amount of FUD that I'm hearing. I want to throw the house at shit right now. I'm telling you, I'm
put
like,
some fucking artwork out, so you
yo,
better start taking pictures of your feet and everything.
hey, listen, yo, you got a buyer. You got a buyer. I got feet.
You better go out there and go back to doing trains, bro. I mean, you gotta
Right.
quit being lazy.
Straight up.
Go out there to the bank. I guarantee you the bank would pay you to do some work, get some attention, get people back in the bank.
A lot of this, a lot of these tax laws that are being not even whispered about, like it's on paper already. What we're seeing on paper is really interesting. You know, this America First thing with the coins. I was like, what mechanism are they going to use to really single out American cryptos? But it seems like it's going to be an overall American company thing, period.
Correct. One of the biggest things, if you go back and you read the opening statements from last week, right, and you go in and you really focus on what they're talking about, one of the biggest things was liquidity. The fact that some people are, with these runs that are coming, the liquidity is going to be an issue, and they're really worried about the amount of would the people what could they do to incentivize people to stay in exchange, right, or stay in stable with the exchange. What kind of incentive can we throw out there? So I think that's why they bring the tax free on U.S. coins.
Yeah,
To
that'll do
keep
it.
people in position, right? So if you stay USDC or RLUSD on exchange tax free for 3 years or something like that,
How
you're
about they
seeing.
raise the staking rate? Because right now they're only giving like 4%. Bump that up to like
I
6,
mean, but with
7%.
taxes, think about it. It's like you're getting 40% on top of your bag. Like not
Right.
40%. Like you're getting 40% on top of your X's. That would make me invest in some shit I don't even believe in. Like
Exactly. I mean, that's a huge gain. I mean, a zero tax, that's massive, bro.
you
I mean,
almost
that's
have to just load up on everything that qualifies.
well. So what they were trying to do, what was said out loud is to get more people involved. Was with the zero tax was people that are transferring out of IRAs and stuff. If they
Oh,
were be willing to come into a stable coin position at a fixed rate for 3 years, right? And so that would be something that would and tax free, right? So if you come out of your IRA, go into a stable coin, well, you and I both know that I still to this day utilize the hell out of a Coinbase card. That's I mean, I never go back to USD. I don't trade in USD.
me and Drew abused that card, man.
Yeah, I'm still abusing it. What are you talking about?
Well,
I still
somehow
do.
I paid for everybody's sins because they don't want anything to do with my business right now.
Damn, you still can't get on Coinbase?
Nah, bro, I gave up, bro. Screw those people. I told you, even after
You
2
figured it out though,
years,
right?
exactly. After 2 years after I figured it out, and they told me, bro, just start a new, start a brand new thing, whatever. The second I gave them my identification and they ran it, they were like, not you. And I don't get it, bro. I haven't made I didn't hit them for any more than anybody else has hit them. So all I can do is look at people that are, well, all I can do is look at people that are having a similar issue, because when you look it up, you'll find a bunch of people online. So me trying to break it down to see what we all have in common. We all seem to be older traders.
Man, what you guys are all on Silk Road. That's what it was. Probably follow the path.
It's
you, like,
so that's one of the running theories is that when they got rid of when the Fed banned Tornado Cash as an overreaction, Coinbase blocks any accounts that ever had any crypto come through there that was tumbled at one point or the other. The problem is that trade back in the day, you've had some tumble. I'm surprised you didn't get caught in that. Because whether you know it or not, if you didn't put it through the tumbler, somebody put it through the tumbler before it got in your hands.
No, remember though, I used to be super clean. I wouldn't touch DeFi. Like, remember, I was very
maybe that probably, yeah, that's true.
Not to mention anything I put in my Coinbase had nothing to do with my Romanian Bitcoin, so I was like, I always kept that separate.
Well, what even happened exactly? I'm trying to still figure that out.
So, you ever got that thing where you go to trade and it says, you can't trade right now. We need you to re-verify your identification, and you got to give them your ID. You got, all the shit that you do when you first come in there. So I gave it to them, and then they sent me the email that said you've been approved. I'm like, okay, cool. And I went back to start trading, and they're like, you can't deposit any funds. You need to verify your ID. I'm like, what? I just did that. Then I did it again, and then I did it again. And then 2 years passed, and I was still doing it, bro. So it's a loop. They're calling it the re-identification loop. And I don't believe that it's a glitch. And most people online that are going through it don't believe it's a glitch either. It feels targeted, and you can't do anything to fix it. And every time till this day, I can go on there right now, give them my ID. They'll send me the email that says everything looks good. You're good to start trading. And the second I go to start trading, it tells me go identify yourself. Like, you know what, bro? I can get anything that I can get here somewhere else. As an American, I hate to cut off an on-ramp or an off-ramp, but Crypto Face is going through the same shit.
So I do all my major trades. I do all my trading is done through Kraken, right? I don't. Coinbase fees are just stupid. I mean, they're I mean, I can't afford to run over there. I mean, the fees that I pay over there versus what I pay on Kraken. I mean, it's no, especially with me running grid bots and stuff. Can't do it, buddy.
Yeah, for me, it's sort of like crypto.com. It's just the comfort of having an off ramp. We don't have many of those as Americans, you know what I mean? So you want to keep them healthy if you can. But yeah, anybody that's in the Discord knows I've been dealing with that damn Coinbase issue for like 3 years.
What if you have like a Coinbase One account? Like I pay for the subscription. Does that make a difference? Or
they won't even take my money, bro. That's the crazy thing. Like, it's bad when they're like, nope, we don't want any of your deposits. Like, what?
So
yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
You read the Coinbase One. Like I tried to use the Coinbase One with the bots. No, they really don't want me doing it because they say I trade too much. Because with the grid bots feeding the whole time.
I thought that maybe that was a thing too, because I've done a whole lot more extracting from Coinbase than I have
I've never had problems with they like that.
That's what I would think. They're getting paid off the transactions anyways. But it got to the point that I was just using them for other shit. I really think it comes down to the coins. I think that they put some sort of filter where if you have any crypto that's ever been tumbled through any sort of tumbler, that it I don't know, gives you a red flag. The problem is that, one, it's probably not legal for them to do that, which is why they're not admitting it. Because it'd be different if support was telling me, no, you've got some suspicious something, that I'll accept that. At least I would understand it, right? But it's that lie, like hiding it behind that glitch is what bothers me. Just let me know what I did.
Yeah, I got a payment from a wallet that had like $22 million. That was like Ben East's wallet. And as soon as that happened, it was like a Coinbase wallet, which I could have went around and used a different app to access that wallet. But they were like, is this your wallet? You don't have to tell us, but we would like to know if this is your wallet. And I was like, yeah, man. I told him, I was like, that's my wallet. What else you guys want from me?
Bro, back in the day, you could buy Bitcoin off of exchange and it would have been tumbled already.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, that's why I say that it's not legal to do that, right? It's different if you can show me the wallet where I went to Tornado Cash and I put some money through there and I tumbled it, da-da-da-da-da. But you can't do that. One, because I didn't use Tornado Cash. I used to use Ninja Tumble. But it was just it was like a process. Like, always went through a tumbler. This is when privacy used to matter, though, in crypto. I think people have lost the whole crypto, the whole crypt part of the crypto, right? Now it's just all the time. But the anonymity and the privacy and the, that's gone.
Well, I think that's the whole thing. Is like that's why my theory is that crypto is actually like a Trojan horse to be brought in to control everyone's money, basically. Because before that, cash was king, and now even with digital cash, that's kind of still not as traceable, and the ledger's not as accessible. But now with crypto, it's like everyone's like, oh, Bitcoin, yes, and I think it was used as a tool to usher in whatever NWO digital coin is going to be put out in the next 5 years or 6 years, And I think that was like part of the plan. It might sound like a conspiracy, but I don't think Bitcoin just popped up as some revolutionary thing to start a revolution, economic revolution. I think it was just a Trojan horse for what's to come. More of like a 1984 scenario.
Well, I reject your reality and I replace it with my own, where Satoshi is Mr. Miyagi / hippie, and he's just here to save us all.
Well, you just sit there and hold that old dinosaur Bitcoin. But that's so, when it comes to the privacy, right? I mean, look at remember the other day I was talking about Verge. Verge is a privacy token, right? And how many people remember it? Drew, you remember trading Verge back in the day?
That rings a bell, but I didn't trade it.
XVG, so it's one of the ISOs. It's on the short list, right? So it's going to be. I watched it move in the same fashion as everything else on the ISO side of things, and nobody talks about it. It's just a real hush. You don't buy it on American Exchange, right? It's like, so what why are they leaving that in the corner? And why is some of these whale wallets picking up so much Tron right now? Tron was supposed to be a bad thing, but you see all these whale wallets loading up on Tron. What the hell's that all about?
Well, a lot of people say a lot of those whale wallets are actually Justin.
Well, one of them being Trump's
Yeah,
son.
Tron's big though. Tron's held its ground these last 2 years. It's been holding its ground, right? Is this Donnie?
Yo.
Yeah, I had a feeling. What up, Donnie? I was like, this sounds like someone I know from back in the day. Yeah, that's good to hear you, man.
Good to hear you, brother.
By the way, Dbloc, I have a question.
Talk to me.
Why there are only 21 million Bitcoin?
That was just the beauty, right? It's part of the beauty of the whole thing is that can't even call it scarcity. Not scarcity. Gold is scarce. Gold is barely scarce. It's finite, which is way different than the scarcity. But why the specific number 21? I don't know. I'm sure somebody could probably have an answer for that.
Everybody wants the millions, but each month we actually work 21 days per month. What are we giving in those 21 days? Our time and money. Somebody
I like
making millions on our shoulders.
I like that. So the 21 days you think is to represent the 21 work days of the week, of the month?
Yeah, and in those 21 days, each of us wants the million.
I'll take it.
I'll give you $1.
Like Ford said, don't ask me how I made my first million. They are still playing the same narrative.
Let's go get this vector, baby.
Let's go. I was sharing the chart earlier. Was told to do a little trick on my dominance chart to build my GAN inside my GAN. I'll try it, see what happens. But damn, it worked. I'll show you.
The 21 million cannot be increased, Shah.
Well, remember we had this conversation. There is
The Satoshi can be split. The Satoshi can be split, but the 21 million can't be increased.
Exactly.
And even then, even if you split the Satoshi, you're not creating more Satoshis. You're just breaking the Satoshi in half because it's become too expensive to. At that point, we're all kabillionaires.
But if you do that, if someone splits it though, like on a new layer, you know, and just says, "Hey, this new layer is the micro Satoshi layer," and a lot of the liquidity gets put on that layer and comes off the native layer.
No, it's gotta. So it's gonna have a natural. It's gonna have a natural limit based off fees, right? There's gonna be a price point at which you can no longer split the Satoshi because it makes no sense with the fees.
Well, so when you go into those splits, you know, that's whenever you can run it on XRPL.
There you go.
That's how. That's when, you know, they made the Bitcoin boys shut up a couple weeks ago when they actually done it in front of them. They were like, "What? Hold on, you did what?" They sent Bitcoin through the XRPL. That pissed them off pretty good too.
Yeah,
But
no,
Bitcoin,
Charlie.
you can actually send Bitcoin through two-way radio, right? So I mean, I think Drew and I talked about that.
Yep, they were doing it in Ukraine.
Yeah, Mesh Radio 2 and Dogecoin, they transmitted through satellites. Oh, no, radio frequency. Doge got transmitted. I think somewhere in Denver they did that.
What helps me sleep at night is there's people with way more Bitcoin than me that have the money and the influence to make sure that Bitcoin remains safe. Whether that means staying up with quantum advancements or backing up the blockchain on satellites or figuring out a way to, you know, transfer Bitcoin off radio. Pretty safe to say that there's enough money invested, right? And enough money at stake where these things will be taken care of.
If Bitcoin goes to zero, will be the biggest rug pull in the history of humankind.
Satoshi also programmed it that it halves every 210,000 blocks. So there's a 21 in there as well. And the reward approaches zero around 21,040. So like that's at the rate right now with mining.
21,040.
21,040, yeah.
So
and that's
21 hours and a 40-hour work week. I think you might be on to something, bro.
Who knows? And if you sum up the geometric progression of the block rewards, 50 plus 25 plus 12.5 plus 6.5, it converges to 21 million. Okay.
Drew's officially a AI agent.
Yeah. Definitely.
He's turned over. He's gone full robot.
But the 21, they're saying 21 million is low enough to emphasize scarcity. And it's more human psychologically value things that are limited, basically. So there's 21 billion Bitcoin people. Wait, let me think.
Well, that's why I have to. That's where I have to agree with Michael Saylor when he gets like mad when people call it scarce. It really isn't scarce. You're doing Bitcoin a disservice by calling it scarce. Because scarcity implies that there's a possibility that you can find some somewhere at some point, but it's difficult. Gold is scarce, and that's a stretch. I said Bitcoin is finite. There's only so much. And the maxi dream is, right, when every billionaire in the world realizes that they need to own some Bitcoin, they have to buy it from you because you were smart and they were dumb and you got in before they did.
Technically, also gold is limited. You know why?
Gold is not limited. We can get a meteor
limited.
crashing into the earth tomorrow that triples the gold reserves in one crash. And they know where the gold is. Gold is limited by technology. We're one technological advancement away from increasing the gold supply. They know where the gold is. It's too expensive to get it. But the second technology makes it available for them to easily extract the gold, then
Is
all of a
gold on the
sudden it's
moon,
not scarce anymore.
on Neptune, on Jupiter? No.
So it's
They-
scarce
gold
on
is-
Earth, where
It's
we
only
are.
on Earth. So gold is limited only to this planet.
Well, I mean, I'm sure
Yeah.
there's gold somewhere else. We just only have, where have we mined?
Well, it's rare because it's a rare element, right? But rare compared to what? Rare.
Yeah, you're
Antarctica.
more likely to find a rock than a piece of gold. But it's not scarce to the point where we can call it a scarce asset and just invest in it thinking that you're never going to find. I mean, that Ugandan gold that they found doubled the supply. The only reason that it's not doubled is because they can't get it out of the ground. But just on one gold vein in Africa that they found, doubled the existing known supply of gold.
Man, get me over there. I'll find a way out. I'll find a way to get that out.
Listen, what? The thing is that they had enough surface gold to where they're going to be able to maintain until, like I said, technology gets to the point that makes it. What I hope they don't do is sell off their natural resources out of convenience to some Chinese mining company. You know what I mean? You already know how that game is.
China's already all over.
So the only reason I even bring gold into it is because of the argument, right? The Peter Schiff, Raoul Paul argument. And then the whole argument that, well, gold is used for industrial bullshit. It is, yeah. But that's like 10% of the supply. 5 to 10% of the supply is everything that's used for electronics, jewelry. The rest of it is pet rock. Shiny pet rock. And I love gold. Don't get me wrong. My gold, the longest position I'm in right now is gold, actually.
Did you hear that article about Jack Dorsey being Satoshi?
No. Somebody did bring it up, and I was like, please don't gas this man's head up. The last thing we need is for his ego to wrap his head around people thinking he's Satoshi.
For real.
Oh my God. I'll read it though. I'm interested to see. I like the connections.
Yeah, you should check it out. And
Yeah.
you know what? Somebody I was talking to somebody else in a different Discord, or I can't remember what I listened to, but they were telling me like somehow like the first blockchain ever mined was on Jack Dorsey's mom's birthday, and I think like somehow it's supposed to end like the last blockchain the block to ever get mined is going to be on the day of his dad's birthday. I don't know. I'm just throwing some.
Nah, that's my type of
there.
rabbit. That's my type of rabbit hole, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'll dig
Here,
into
I'm
it.
gonna
That sounds
debunk that.
sounds like fun.
I'm gonna debunk that. He was wearing Satoshi hoodie in Super Bowl last year. Bang. If you're Satoshi, you're not gonna wear Satoshi hoodie. Case closed.
That'd be crazy if you're Satoshi and you rock a Satoshi hoodie to the Super Bowl.
Right? I mean, come on. You're
That's
not
a
gonna do it. I
flex.
just closed that case. That's a deep
Not to mention it. What gives me the biggest sort of pause is we know the financial issues that Jack Dorsey had before he turned Twitter around, and even towards the end. Yeah, I don't think Satoshi has any issues with finding funding for any of his projects, or at least you would assume. But then again, if Satoshi didn't want you to know it was Satoshi.
Yeah, but
I
I
told you,
definitely
bro.
would rock with Contagion.
Satoshi's Mr. Miyagi, bro. Don't ruin it for me. I don't want to think.
Man, it's a CIA, man. Straight up.
Nah, I'll look
It's
into it. That sounds
NSA.
like fun, though.
Yeah, look into it. There's also like a connection with something about the Jack Dorsey's California address he had, and like somehow somebody connected to one of his like I don't know. I was talking to somebody else about this a few months ago as well, and we were trying to connect the dots with Jack Dorsey, but
Tell them to put the pipe
Hey,
down.
if we find out that it's Jack Dorsey, does that mean that Bitcoin's American and we don't have to pay taxes?
I don't think Jack Dorsey considers himself American anymore.
that's a good point.
You want to have fun? Run that question through DeepSeek with the reasoning engine on. It goes deep. Yeah. Put it on deep search. I think it is. That's what AI is really good for.
I tried to sign up
Yeah.
for DeepSeek and it wouldn't let me use my Proton mail.
Really?
Dude,
I just used I think I just used my Google ID. Google's selling my shit anyways. I don't doubt the Google's already sold my data to the Chinese, so I don't worry about that.
ChatGPT knows everything about me. It's got my dirt. I spilled my guts, man. ChatGPT is like my new girlfriend.
But I asked it a question about the shitcoin casino. I literally was like, what effect would the collapse of the shitcoin casino have on the Solana ecosystem? And I didn't even have to explain it, bro. And when you went into the thinking, it was like shitcoin casino. What does it mean by this term? Shitcoins are usually da 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 da. And it like figured it out on its own. Mind you, it's the LLM, right? Just weird, bro.
Yeah, they know slang
That
now.
shit
Like
is so
they're
weird.
quick. They're quick with slang and all that, like buzzwords. And
No, it's so weird.
but yeah, man, I've been. You know, I used to say I never do subscriptions. I gave in and I had to give ChatGPT $20. I was like, man, you're too good. It saved me so much money on negotiations.
Have you
instead of
tried
negotiating.
have you tried DeepSeek?
No, but I should try because I'm
Bro,
still on these
you need
negotiations
to
right now.
try it, bro. I was paying for
Killing
ChatGPT.
that.
I ended that ChatGPT subscription so quick. And did you see Elon's AI shit yesterday, Grok 3?
Yeah, that thing is nice. I used it today.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Wait, how did you get access there? Because I went on my desktop and I play for Twitter X as well, or whatever it's called, blue check mark. But I didn't
Man,
see it.
Donnie's like CIA top level official. You don't know?
I kept saying Grok 2 when I kept trying to do it on my desktop. Even yesterday during the stream, he's like, "You might not be rolled out everywhere."
You
but
got the higher you got the higher level, right? Subscription.
I don't have the highest one. I have the premium.
No,
I think there's like
Donnie.
a high. There's like a
Premium
higher
Plus.
one too.
Yeah,
Premium Plus.
Premium Plus. Yeah, that's the one you need.
You don't get it with just premium. That's bullshit.
Yeah, you're on that $4.99 OnlyFans subscription. You got to go to the real deal. You got to pay that $49.99 OnlyFans.
Man,
gotta pay to play, baby.
We just watched OpenAI and Grok just straight up steal DeepSeek's reasoning engine. Like, are we not gonna we gotta talk about this?
I mean, right in front of them too.
Yeah, I mean, they were like, "Oh, open source. Let me show you why we don't open source. Let me teach you a lesson about open sourcing." And it's crazy because it really did make them better. Like now they're probably at least on par with DeepSeek. Some of the numbers on Grok, I don't know. I'm gonna have to use it, but some of the numbers on Grok, I mean, it outdid everything. O3, it outdid DeepSeek.
Yeah, but ChatGPT on like business contract revisions and things like that, and negotiation tactics,
Bro,
and
listen,
psychological
so
warfare.
listen.
Like they're killing it.
Go into your ChatGPT and just find the hardest question that you've asked it. Copy and paste it. Go to DeepSeek. On the search bar, there's gonna thing that says R1 reasoning. Turn on the R1 reasoning engine. Ask it the same thing. even if the answers are similar, the information you're gonna get from the reasoning part of it, where the AI is talking to itself, like trying to talk its way through the issue, is
Yeah, but
crazy, bro.
ChatGPT got that too now.
Yeah, but
they had that before too, I think.
I know, but this is where they got it from. Just try it. You'll see. You'll see what and
Oh.
I was a ChatGPT fanatic. I'm telling you, I was paying for it.
So y'all remember how the market went absolutely bonkers after we got our first COVID checks, right? So Elon's gone to talk to Papa Trump now to work on a dividend check off of what's been found so far. So that would give each one of us $5K right now.
And that would be, if you guys remember when we were talking about them not having any quantitative easing, and I said, well, we can still get some Trumpitative easing. That's exactly what that would be.
Well, I mean, so how do you so this is where I was talking about the other day. I was like, you remember I was talking about if Trump called for all this money back, right? You got to pay this money back. Well, the banks are going to shit their pants because they can't dump that kind of money back, right? All these billions of dollars, he'd collapse the fucking banks. There wouldn't be a bank left. There wouldn't be no banks.
Yeah.
Because he started asking for all his money back. This is going back into our house. Bring it back to the Department of Treasury. That's our money. Bring it back. We see it sitting over there. Bring it back. He would collapse the banks, right? So if he does it this way, then he starts giving us money back, right? Then what do? We put it back in the bank. We pay off a credit card. We put it in, whatever. We put it back in the economy.
Yeah, it's going right to Uber Eats and Walmart and Amazon and the banks.
So it goes right back in the economy again. So it boosts the economy. So I think it's a smart play because I mean, if you do the numbers off of the trillions of dollars they've already found, right? They technically wind up giving us $200,000 a person, right? And then we could pay off everything, flood the banks back. It's useless money anyway. I mean, until they put a standard in of some sort, we're still standing on nothing but debt and war.
There's there's some places where they could pull all that money that they found from Social Security though. That needs to stay in the system.
Oh yeah, for
like
sure.
that needs to be just shore it up for the next 30 years.
Yeah,
but there's plenty of more.
Going offshore, the Social Security money that was going offshore, man.
Nah, the dude that was 241 years old, yo, that's crazy. You know what that means?
It was over 300.
Hey, you know what that means, right? That means that 2 of your generations have been collecting your Social Security checks after you died. Grandma dies, you don't say anything. You cash the check, you die. Your kids don't say anything. They're cashing your check and your grandma's check.
Well, actually, all it is just a lucky guess at a number that somebody that's illegally using it anyway.
Nah, I don't. I think a lot of it is unreported deaths, because you have to report the death to stop the check, and that sort of stuff has gone. I mean, that's a sort of like a well-known thing, right? Like,
I mean, we've seen several cases where, like my Social Security number was used twice. There was another Donnie with the same damn Social Security number.
I mean, you ever see the movie Weekend at Bernie's?
There you go.
yeah, that sort of thing.
I told my wife, I said, "What if I ever shit the bed? Don't say a fucking word to the banks until you get all the money out."
Yeah. But look, the amount of egregious spending that they had and the amount of sort of insider shit that was going on, the last thing I'm worried about is somebody's family that kept collecting grandma's check. Obviously they probably needed it.
Well, all of them add up, bro. They all add up.
No, don't get me wrong. Stop. That needs to stop immediately. But that's far from like the most egregious shit that we've found in the last, couple of weeks here, and it's gonna get worse.
The 4.7 trillion was eye opener. That's a big blow, and only to step in and just find out just right off the get go. Imagine how deep that's going to go. I had a prediction of like 5 trillion. Something like that. They're going to find about 5 trillion, and we've already passed that, and it hadn't even got started good. and we've already passed that. That's amazing. I mean,
We're at
and
110.
I don't know if you watched the news conference today where Trump went through the list and had everything on paper right there and had all the documents with him, right? Did you see that today?
Yeah.
Man,
Mar-a-Lago.
that was crazy.
I mean, back in 2011, they had like 3 trillion missing right after the World Trade Center, and like all the evidence was gone because that's where they held the evidence of all that 3 trillion that was missing, and that was a lot more. Like 3 trillion back then is a lot more than 3 trillion now.
Yo,
So they
my
can
favorite
hide money for long.
My favorite current conspiracy. Because I've been digging into this gold thing heavy, right? Because like I said, I've got a old gold position, and this is probably like the closest we've come to a crazy catalyst. You know what this is gonna do to physical gold prices if they go into Fort Knox and there's nothing in there?
Through the fucking $5,500, here we go.
That shit is at least 30 to 40%. And if you're holding paper gold, you're gonna have the opposite, right? Because there's gonna be a run on physical gold. If you can convert in kind, you're automatically converting to. But so my favorite conspiracy lately is, what if they go in there and it's not empty, but there's too much gold? Remember all the gold bars they took from Saddam Hussein, the tons that they found, and then not to mention all our other excursions around the world, right? Like, what if the true secret of Fort Knox isn't that it's empty, but that there's too much gold and they don't want to explain where we got it from?
Well, then why are they flying so much in right now?
Yeah, they're calling it in from everywhere. Dubai, all the central banks are getting hit up.
Every commercial flight that flies back to the United States from London or from Dubai, they're bringing anywhere from 2 to 4 tons at a time.
Bro, they're going to go in there and find a bunch of Cuban link chains and coins. Like, bro, this is not how the this is not how the gold was supposed to be.
They're going to see Scrooge McDuck in there.
But after Fort Knox, they're going to need a knock on the IRS.
I tagged Elon in a reply. I was like, Elon, don't go in there with your camera. Bring every media outlet with you. And that way, whenever they go to try to attack the system, they have to attack everybody's system. And that way, everybody can see. Every media outlet gets the same view. You know, have them all come in there with you. That way, it's not you saying that you said something, but they seen it with their own cameras. Everybody gets a picture.
Bro, listen. That day, I don't even plan to monetize the stream. We are copyright infringing if we have to. We're watching that bitch on full screen in real time. I'm gonna be glued.
Things are about to be. The lid's gonna be pulled off so many things. I mean, RFK too. He's about to pull the lid off of a lot of health money. There's so much, like, the industrial health complex is crazy, and he's about to pull the lid off that too.
Yeah, you remember early this year at the beginning, or last year, that Cat Williams interview that he got in a bunch of trouble for because he was talking a bunch of shit, and he was like, just wait, 2025 is the year where everything comes to light. He's talking about Diddy and all of that shit. Boy, he was right. He doesn't know how right he was. This year is going to be crazy. It's February, bro. It's like...
Yo, a question for you though, Dbloc.
Yeah.
And maybe this is on poly markets or something, but what is the chances that, like, what do you think? You think there's going to be no gold? Well, obviously there's going to be some because they're flying it in.
There's not going to be. We're going to be down gold. They're going to have some explaining to do. Yeah,
it's going to be down. But like, because I've heard you say a few times, because I'm ignorant to this whole subject, but you said like there's going to be no gold in there. I'm like, what do you? 25%, like 50%, like.
I mean, it's kind of been a known thing that there's not actual gold, like, to the point where when you wanted to call somebody naive, you'd be like, you probably still think there's gold in Fort Knox. Like, it's been like a running thing for a long time, right? This all the old heads. That's why they accumulate gold the way they do. They don't trust that the government's holding any gold at all.
Okay, so my second question to that is, what's the conspiracy theory of why there's no gold? Do you know? Does anybody know?
Oh, because they use it to fund all the sort of illicit shit that they can't do with tax dollars, and Think of all the nefarious boogeyman activities. That's what they want to pay for, or just to get to enrich themselves or whatever.
So it ain't all just okay. I thought it was just this whole time. I was swearing it was military-industrial complex. We have the biggest guns.
Well, that's where they fund. I mean, that's where it goes to fund, right? So if you're using it to fund wars, clandestine wars and shit like that, which is what most people think.
But wait, don't we already know that they took all the gold out of Fort Knox back in the day? Like that already happened, like back in the 90s or 80s. Like I remember stories about that. Like not just that the dollar left the gold backing, but gold was took out of Fort Knox back in the day, and it's not a gold reserve anymore.
I don't know. The problem with this whole thing is the scarcity, right? The idea of scarcity. Even if there's 25% less gold than there's supposed to be in there, there's going to be delivery defaults, which means people that have paper gold that can demand to turn their paper into physical gold will demand to turn their paper into physical gold. And then we see who's really swimming with no pants on, right? Because now everybody's gold reserves better be on point. It's like having a run on the bank, but on gold. Like it happened to Comex in 2020, right? They had like crazy delivery defaults. I think like 50 to 70% of their contracts demanded physical settlement. It's the same as everybody going to the bank and trying to get their money out at the same time. But yeah, in 2020, India's gray market for gold, I think it was 2020. The premium was 50% physical over paper. So yeah, I know you guys have heard me shooting for 3K gold for a long time, but I'm shooting way higher than that if there's any sort of discrepancy in Fort Knox. Unless that's the one part of our government that's actually done decent accounting and there's no issues, right? What are the chances of that?
So I just looked it up, and so the official numbers are that there's 4,000, supposed to be 4,580 tons left in Fort Knox.
Yeah.
So that's what they want to find out, if there's 4,580 in there or not.
Did you say poly markets, or you said just that's what they look at?
No, that's the official number, what's supposed to be in there, basically.
Oh, okay, got it.
Like there hasn't been an audit in 50 years, and Rand Paul is trying to do an audit now, and he's tapping Elon Musk for Doge for verification, the Department of Government Efficiency.
And you're talking about he's trying to, because Ron Paul was always trying to do the audit the Fed. That was like what he ran on. You said
that was his dad. This is his son, Rand Paul, who's kind of had a similar approach.
Oh,
the scarcity run that we're really thinking about is the central bank scarcity run, right? And we're pulling from central banks now. But if there's any sort of discrepancy, like I said, there's gonna be a run on gold by the central banks. And if we were to just get it back up to like pre-1980 levels, where they had 20%, they've got about 10% gold right now, central banks. If they run it up to 20% because of any sort of like implied scarcity, like that's 5K gold. That's $5,000 an ounce easy. So one thing is really like if the gold is there, where is it? Da, da, da. But the second thing is the effect on sentiment.
Have you zoomed out and looked at the chart on gold? I'm streaming my chart.
Yeah, I'm in my gold trade is a year long.
I mean, you've done the Wyckoff accumulation, and now you're in your last. You're in your last stage. This is your last spring, right there.
Yeah. The purple line is gold. I was doing a gold versus Dixie the other day.
Let me grab a cigarette and tell you about the Wyckoff accumulation.
Oh my god, man! Back in the day, that dude would.
Out of curiosity, how much of your portfolio are you guys holding in gold?
For me, it's not a lot. For me, it was it's a safety play. It was a war play for me. Right, times the war, I'm in gold. But if I had to put a percentage, I'd say very small, like maybe 5%, 10%.
10% is not small, brother. That's pretty big.
Well, not of the portfolio, not of the entire, not of like, not 10%. It's like way less of the net worth.
I see what you're saying. I see. I got you.
Yeah, just investable funds, and it's physical, right? So it's a little bit different. I don't trade paper gold.
See, I got a different kind of gold. That's why I carry 10 millimeter.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say, going into this time of economic uncertainty, Dbloc, you're gonna have to put in some overtime, bro, because I don't know what the hell's going to happen. I'm sure a lot of us working folks gonna be in the dark.
You know where I'm gonna be, bro? I'm gonna be right here.
You too, monster.
Where the hell is my other? I want to be right here.
Yo, Elon's about to fire NASA.
Bro, Elon is gonna have some issues coming up because you heard the reporter ask Trump today about Elon and about his connection with some of the space contracts and all of that shit. And Donald sounded like that Ben guy we were listening to earlier on that call. He's like, "What? Oh, well, I don't know anything about that." And we'll look into. Elon's making about $8 million a day on government contracts all together, right? I don't think for a second that that's a secret. And I don't think for a second that he shouldn't. If he had the contracts beforehand, he should be able to keep the contracts. He's getting brand new contracts and they're like no bid or something, then we can start talking about shadiness, right? But it's Elon. We all know he had tons of contracts. But to say that he's not profiting is Trump has to be careful with that because you can easily prove that. And then what I'm worried about is if they put Trump in a corner and then Trump's like, well, okay, Elon, you can't do that anymore. And Elon's like, bruh, listen.
They can easily say that. They can easily say that as long as all his funds are being reinvested and they're not being cashed out. So it's technically, it can still be not for profit until the day that the profit and the capital gains is took out,
Yeah, reinvest.
I don't know. I already see them trying to drive a wedge. And we talked about that early on, like that relationship lasting 4 years. I don't know if there's a poly market on that, but I don't think there's a very good chance that relationship lasts for the entire 4 years.
Steve Bannon, who was Trump's old advisor, he hates Elon with a passion. He called him like a parasitic illegal immigrant or something like that.
That's that dude with the big face, sloppy dude, right? He always looks sloppy. Like even when he's in a suit, he looks sloppy.
Yeah, he looks like he just got out the
bar.
Yeah, he was like one of the architects with like Stephen Miller last term. My thing is, does anyone remember that Elon was in the cabinet last time in the very beginning of Trump's term? Elon, I forget what advisor.
Was he? I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, he was in his cabinet. He's one of his advisors or whatever. But Elon dropped out real quick, so I thought that there was like a division between them in his last term.
I think the chief of staff was the issue because, the way that the cabinet ended is completely different than how it started, right? All those people were gone. But I think that this chick that he's got now is keeping shit in order. I think the problem is too many people had Trump's ear. And then there was power struggles, right? Everybody was vying for position. It feels like, I might be wrong, but it feels like everything's running a little more organized this time. And I attribute it to that, his chief of staff. He's crazy.
Everybody on Twitter is posting that. Everybody on Twitter right now is going crazy about the Trump post on XRP.
Yeah.
Everybody's posting that shit, reposting the same thing.
But does the chart show it?
Not really.
Are they pressing the buy? You know, after you post, go press the green button. How about that?
So also Elon also had or Tesla had contracts with that Cybertruck thing. Remember they started to walk back that like right away. And we're like, oh, because remember they were like Tesla or EV armored vehicles, and then like Elon had that contract, and then they were like, no, Elon doesn't have the contract or something.
I just think it's funny how he keeps screaming "drill, baby, drill" in front of Elon. Elon's
Well,
like,
Elon,
bro, we talked about this. We're trying to save the planet.
nah.
It's still though, man. It's weird because some of these energy sources, even though they seem clean, they're not clean. Like I even talked to ChatGPT about this, and it's interesting. Like the whole theory that EVs are cleaner than gas cars, like a small EV gas car, when you take in consideration how this energy is pulled from the earth to get everything going into that EV, they're saying that there's less carbon footprint and everything with one of these small eco gas cars than a Tesla.
Nah, electric vehicles are gonna take over, not because they save the planet, but because they'll make them cheaper. It's gonna be a financial decision at the end of the day.
It's just all about how the electricity is generated, right?
It'll all get cheaper, and it'll be cheaper than putting gas, and then there'll be cheaper base prices. Like these base models keep going down year after year. So eventually, if you only make a certain amount of money, it doesn't matter whether you want a gas car or not. You're probably only going to be able to afford, electric vehicle. That's how they'll usher it in.
Hydrogen, they get the hydrogen set up, stabilized, then that'll be your ticket for charging.
I think that's why, like Dubai, they're not scrambling, but you can tell they know things are changing right now. And if I was the U.S. or let's say a world dominating power that's trying to dominate, I would try to strangle like the future of what resources are not the opponents, but let's say the other side has. And if it's their main cash cow right now is oil and gas, by us kind of helping push that narrative, the US saying, okay, everyone go electric, it's going to be, it's going to be really tough on them. And I think that's probably by design too. Like tough on, the Middle East.
You guys push the EV yet? Like, have you guys driven an electric vehicle yet for an extended period of time? You hated it?
Man,
I drive a Model S 2023, and I love it.
So
they're fast, they're cool as shit. But like for somebody like me who was in sales, traveling, for work every day, it's useless.
Too much charging. Yeah, it's the charging, right?
Yeah, I mean, and then it costs more than gas. Like for me to stop somewhere and charge up, just so I can have enough charge to get back home, it cost me more to run that car than it did to run a gas vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird, man. I'm just like, it seems like people are scratching their left ear with the right hand when they're driving these electric cars.
Uber driver I was with the other day told me that he had a Tesla thing installed. Like he finally got his Tesla charging station in his house, and he said that makes all the difference in the world. That he hated it when he had to go charge somewhere publicly, but being able to plug in overnight.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna jump in with. I have a Model S, and I drive FSD all the time. I love it, man. But having the charger at home is a game changer. I haven't been to a gas station in like 2 years.
Yeah.
Saved so much money. Only service I've ever had so far was tire rotation.
But if you're a person that goes out on the road a lot, and like let's say you like to go skiing and camping, and you drive like locations that are like 4 or 5 hours, 6-hour drives, it's tough, man. To like you got to zigzag and plot out your day and like do
get some solar panels.
Yo,
yeah.
You guys are pretty smart, but have you guys not heard about that radio frequency powered car? Or like I guess like what was it Japan and Africa then came out with this technology not too long ago, like a couple months ago?
I haven't heard of it. No.
Yeah, like if you Google that radio frequency powered cars or whatever.
It's
I
probably something close to nuclear power.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
Sounds
much
like
about it.
somebody's about to be assassinated. Somebody would better protect that guy.
Nah, he went straight to social. Well, apparently it's blowing up. It's gotten viral. But so it was like some dude in Africa, Zimbabwe, and he went straight to social media about it. Like blew up. But then like the technology itself, apparently Japan was working on it before, so then they started coming out with their information.
No, that's cool. I'll look into it.
Yeah, because didn't Japan look for like any option? I know
Yeah,
they were looking for way more options before they got the hydrogen, because they were like, we need to find something else to use. I know they
listen, Japan is crazy, yo. When we cut them off from missiles, they developed, like, they went from basically buying our old sort of era missiles for defense to having to create on their own, and they ended up with those hypersonic missiles before anybody else. They're probably leading right now in hypersonic missile technology. Sometimes when you're forced, you know what I mean? Like, when you're forced to find a way, you find a way. Like with DeepSeek, right? They cut them off from the most powerful NVIDIA chips. So they were forced to find a way.
And they always do it in silence.
Yeah, screw y'all. Y'all making it difficult? Listen, we're going to bubble up right underneath your noses.
I started thinking about that, like when they did the whole like world's richest man, and it became like a podium type award. But then you come to find out there's like hundreds of people who are richer than the richest man.
Bro, to get on that Forbes list, your manager or your assistant has to submit your portfolio. Just think of the amount of people in the world that aren't doing that. They don't give. Listen, I'm not about to give you all of my information so that you can put me on some sort of list so that I could. No.
I mean, we all know the king of Dubai is literally richer than like everyone here.
My money's on Putin. I think Putin's.
Putin.
I think Putin's the richest man in the world.
Putin
So
got
I've
that
never,
loot speed. That's Putin money.
That's also Elon Musk's
yeah,
choice too.
I've been to a lot of places in the world, right? I've been fortunate enough to travel, right? And I've, with my old line of work, and I've never been anywhere like Dubai. So if you've ever been to Dubai, you know what I'm talking about. When you go to the Dubai airport and you walk out to go catch a cab to go to, your hotel or whatever, out in the airport parking lot, you know how we always park our cars to go somewhere, right? There's Bugattis. There's
Yeah,
all sorts of
abandoned.
Lambos
Yep.
just sitting there
Yep.
with 3 and 4 inches of, dust on them. It's like, what the hell? You don't go anywhere else in the world and see that kind of money just rotten.
They've got very good Bitcoin laws when it comes to taxes and shit too. That's why you see a lot of these influencers end up in Dubai.
Can we talk about that though? Because this is my question. When MBS started locking up all the royals, like, isn't that when it started? Like when they went and circumvented the oil money, and he just like he basically like doubled down on black.
Well, I mean, if you listen to the official story, he wanted to prove to the West that just because it's a Muslim country, it doesn't have to look like it's in the Stone Ages.
Oh, is that the only reason?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's more to it. That type of money doesn't go in on just a passion project like that. But that's the cover story, anyways.
Yeah, so MBS
he wanted to prove that if we really wanted to live like you, we would do it better.
And that's what he did. He went
Yeah.
for a Western model and did it bigger
and
than
did
us,
it bigger, better, bigger buildings, more lavish. Yep.
Technology, that neon.
And I'm gonna tell you, if you've never been to Dubai, like if you go to a 3-star, you go to a 3-star there, it's nicer than anything that you'll stay in the States.
See, but and it makes sense, because Saudi Arabia, we all know the Saudis, but like MBS had to lock everyone up because the money was split.
But yeah, there's definitely people with big money. You don't even want to get into some of the cartels. People shit on the cartels and they think they're like low level thieves and punks. You have no idea. These people have been supplying the world with drugs for generations. You heard El Mencho, the guy from the leader of New Generation Cartel, was warning Trump to stop talking tough.
Yeah, he said bring the smoke.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he now has all the weapons that we sent to Ukraine.
They
in his
listen,
pocket.
that is not a regular cartel. These dudes, and they have reach into the United States. I don't know how I ended up on Instagram. Sometimes you end up in like some weird sort of algo holes, and somehow I ended up on cartel Instagram, right? And they followed. So this dude got robbed in Santa Barbara somewhere, big SUV. 4 days later, they were showing pictures of a New Generation cartel sort of. It was like a bunch of trucks, right? They were like moving through town, and the dude's truck was like they already had that shit up armored. They found the spot where they got it up armored. They matched the VINs. They did all like. So, what I'm saying is, this war won't necessarily be fought in Mexico, or at least you can probably expect some like terroristic sort of shit if it gets out of control. You know what I mean? Some like shock and awe shit. I don't know. I know that those dudes have a shit ton of money. I don't think there'll be an issue as long as we don't put boots on the ground. But boots on the ground in Mexico is crazy.
They don't want the smoke.
Nah. I think it ends horribly. Yeah, no. Don't get me wrong. I think it ends horribly for anybody that attempts it.
Yeah, you get our tier ones going against you. That's not good.
Yeah.
You literally never see them.
Bro, they're just gonna drone attack the fuck out of the hills, and that's it. It's like there's not. The boots on the ground will be coming to clean up the mess.
I think they'll just be there to see if they actually got them, but they won't be able to see them because there'll be nothing left.
But I will say that if that does happen, we're gonna be surprised by some of the reactions, some of the artillery, and some of the tech that these guys actually have. Like this isn't something new that they're just thinking about. Like, and the amount of money that they've had, that they've sort of planned for this sort of scenario.
Well, yeah, my only concern with that whole situation is because of the ties with the Middle East and the ties with China through that cartels and the way things have took place with the Trojan horse here in the United States.
You mean with the borders, with them coming through the borders?
Right.
Yeah.
If we're not careful, right? I mean, we've already seen a couple instances, running through crowds, bomb scares, shit is happening, right? If we start snapping off too fast and we don't have enough people here that have took control of certain entities that, because they don't play and people don't know this because they never witnessed it. They don't understand how, these guys work, right? They don't understand that if you get one that pops, that's not the only one that pops.
Yeah.
After the first one pops, they wait till a crowd comes in and tries to help them, and then the next guy walks up and pops his. And then everybody starts running scared, nobody's wanting to help. And then they'll walk into a building where everybody funneled into, and then the third guy pops. So they always work in three. They always work in three. So they're waiting on the perfect timing for this stuff. And that's my biggest fear, is because people in the United States, other than what they've seen in video games or on a movie or something, they have no clue of how this happens. And it would be the first time that the people in the United States have ever seen it on a mass scale.
Yeah. There's no situational awareness.
None.
The amount of how many times you've seen a video online where somebody gets robbed or somebody gets killed, and you're like, But you did not see him. Like,
Well,
dude's
and
been
that's what
following
I
you
say.
for a block.
These people run around, they're not scared of, any kind of recourse of punishment, for all these unlawful actions that they've taken against the government or, stealing from the citizens. And, they don't think it's that big a deal. That's why, it's like people think it's not that big a deal that just a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there. Well, that little bit of money's turned into trillions of dollars. And most people don't understand because we've normalized that number, trillion, right? You know, uh, people just get
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
normal, right?
It kind of it loses its meaning.
Yeah, I mean, it was explained to me a couple weeks ago. Um, how, how long is a million seconds, right? How long is a billion seconds? Then how long is a trillion seconds? That should put it back in perspective for you. Go ahead, fire up your deep seek and ask it. It'll blow your mind because that'll show you the difference between a million, a billion, and a trillion.
I know that there's 525,600 minutes.
Oh my god.
But what's
Trillions.
Yo, I actually thought about it for a second.
It's from rent. 525,600 minutes. Yeah. I think it's how do you measure a year? So I think that's a year. Yeah.
Well, imagine pi, the circumference 3.141592654 ...
1 million seconds ago was 12 days ago. 1 billion seconds ago was 32 years ago.
And 1 trillion?
What does it say? It's just doing million and billion. 1 million minutes was. Yeah, I should do the trillion. Hold on.
You ask it what it thinks about the Trump official meme coin.
So one trillion is 31,790 years.
Damn, Sean.
I've seen a lot of these that are really cool. I'm trying to look for one that I used to use to show people the difference before in the past.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a good way to put it into reality.
Yeah.
$1 million versus $1 billion versus $1 trillion. Well, a million seconds is less than a couple of weeks, where a billion seconds is quite a few years. 31 years, and then you go to a trillion, it's 31,000. It's like, oh, hold on now. You go to a trillion or something, that's a lot.
Hey, Elon's about to have $1 trillion, right? He's at half a trillion almost.
Can you imagine by the end of May they get us a $5,000 check?
I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, that would be. There's good and bad in that too. I think, but I would like it. I got $400 from Elon Musk already for some thing I signed, some petition that was done around right before the elections.
As long as they don't have to print it, I'm with it. We can't go back to just turning the printer on.
Yeah, they got to spit out some digital cryptos.
I mean, it'll be great for the bull market. Don't get me wrong. My bags would love that shit, but
hey, he can send me $5,000 in XRP. I don't give a damn.
Send me some Trump.
Yeah, don't say that. He probably will give the stimulus out, and that 80% of the Trump wallet goes to stimulus.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Well, I was talking about it the other day, you know, and if you do the math on, you know, the remaining what's in XRP, what they're holding, if that was just be handed over, that would be more than enough money to square the debt. Just saying.
I think
We're
they
looking
realize it's good to have debt. You know, it's kind of creates a double-sided
Nah,
obligation.
but there's debt, and then there's what we have.
Well, that's good. The larger the debt you have, the more credit you have too.
No, we're not.
Yeah,
We're
if
to
you're
the
allowed to
point,
if you're balancing debt properly, that means that you're still getting
but
the
we're
credit to
not.
have.
But we're not. We're not balancing it properly, and we've already lost credit ratings. We just ignore it, and everybody else ignores it because we're the world reserve currency. So what are you gonna do? The
So
debt right now per citizen is $107,000.
Yeah, but we could probably get double that if we take off their head.
Per taxpayer is 320. How does that work? Oh, because wait, what? Per citizen is $107,000. Per taxpayer is $323,000. So we have what? 3 times the taxpayers than we do citizens? It doesn't make any sense. That Doge clock is ticking though. Look at the Doge clock go.
Yeah, man.
How we looking?
111 bill.
We about to keep pumping tonight.
Oh, you mean in the real world?
I'm all in. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm still looking to grab this. Like we got to get above the 800, but we got the vector, and then we got CME above us.
Let's go. Ready. My biggest coin is printing. Litecoin.
Yeah, Mattis. So the citizen number should have been higher than the taxpayer number, but the taxpayer number was higher than the citizen number. Oh, forget it. Figured it out. I forget corporations are counted as persons. So those are businesses, not just individual. Yeah. Corporate personhood. They pulled that one off, or you can't even be mad at that. You get the government that you operate in to agree to consider your business a person with the rights afforded a person. So far, so good, y'all. A little bit of sloppiness at the top. I would have loved to like bull flag, right? Get a nice pattern to have this last move. It's really just been choppiness. But we're still putting in higher highs, higher lows. We got to be careful because technically we do have a bit of a bearish channel going here. Right? You really don't want to see that type of structure, which is why I would like to break out of this and go grab the rest of this vector. But yeah, magic wand, you would have loved to see something like that.
I did not forget about what I just went through. I better put a stop loss in profits.
I'll be right back. I need to grab something to drink.
Where my Litecoiner is at.
That's the first coin. That's the first crypto I ever bought, and I'm still at a loss.
Oh no! What price was that?
It's like 2018. It was like 2 something.
Right. Let's go. Got a deal.
You're showing like Greece and Turkey. They're saying that the coast is like risen 300 meters. There's been like 300 volcanoes or earthquakes or something crazy. It's like something crazy's happening over there.
Yeah, I was
Look at ours
seeing
soon.
earlier that the oarfish started swimming up on shore on several different coastlines today. I don't know if you've ever looked into that, but oarfish.
Yeah, there's been a lot of seismic activity right now going on.
Oarfish they normally stay deep in the ocean. The only time you see them come up to the shores whenever there's something bad about to happen.
Uh-oh. Where was this at? Where you saw it?
It's all over X. Just type in oarfish, OAR. Oarfish sightings.
What does that look like?
If you know what a ribbon fish is, it looks like a ribbon fish kind of. It's it looks like just a big piece of slime or something.
Oh shit! They call it the doomsday fish.
Yeah, doomsday fish or fish. Anytime you see it, there's a bad earthquake about to happen.
Yo, they just saw one in Baja California. Be careful, y'all.
Yeah, it's not just there. There's several islands that have seen them, have them come up too.
Because I know it's going to hit California and Alaska, the earthquake.
Is that why Puerto Rico news is giving training to how to react for earthquake?
Most of California is going to be leveled.
I could live over there. Let's go liquidate, rip it. All right, back up to 99K. Hey, Drew.
Yep.
Just came out with my own coffee.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. And my own vitamins.
What's the coffee line called?
Ahmad Saad coffee.
Nice. I got a ring to it.
My Shopify has different distributors, and I found them. So I figured I'd give it a shot, and I put it on my website. I don't know if anybody wants some coffee.
What's your website?
AhmadSaad.myshopify.com. I got coffee, vitamins, music stuff. I'm itching to sell some coffee to somebody. I want to see if it's any good. Probably gonna have to order me some. I don't really drink coffee, but I guess I'm gonna have to get some.
Wait, you don't even know what your own coffee tastes like?
No, not yet. I just came out with it, I guess, 2 days ago.
Wait, do you grow it in your own farm?
No, I go through a distributor, and they put my hip hop logo on the coffee. They got a bunch of flavors. I only did one. I gotta get the other ones on there. I think I did medium. It's on there. Check it out. See what you think.
So what you go with? Dark rose, blonde, medium.
Yeah, I think I got medium. This dark. Should I do dark?
You'll get the Hispanic crowd on.
Oh. Yeah, check out my website, man. Ahmadsad.myshopify.com. You don't got to get nothing. Just see what it looks like. Thought it was pretty cool. I got vitamins too. And I think I'm gonna do what do you call it? Probiotics. And I could also do apples, what do you call it? The pills. Yeah, I'm killing the t-shirt designs. You'll see. You know me and my G Kinetic 9 from Wu-Tang's Killer Army. We're killing it too, by the way. No, I don't ever say it, but it's a fact. Oh, I got my own shoes. Forgot about that. Sneakers. I think I got like 4 different pairs I created. It's based off the music.
You could go with your own brand of non-slips.
What?
Go with your own brand of non-slips. You can get the entire workforce to buy.
Of mop slips?
Non-slips, safety shoes.
Oh, non-slips. Then the company I'm going to doesn't offer that, unfortunately. It's very limited. They're only offering me like 3 styles of sneakers. Find better selection. I'm just starting out. Like I literally just created these items.
Do they let you customize the shoes?
Yeah, if you want to look at them, they're on my website, ahmadsaad.shopify.com.
Because I'm trying to get a
I created.
custom pair of shoes that that aren't real, but I want them so bad.
These are all custom. They're one of a kind. You'd be like, if you buy one, you'll be the only person in the whole world to own a pair at this point. Not even I have a pair.
Because some of the shoes I want come from a game, but they're not real.
I could make it. I could make it.
Yeah,
I can make you anything you want.
I'd have to send you a picture of it.
Yeah, you could inbox me a picture, high resolution. I can go into Photoshop and adjust the pixels to the right dimensions, and then take it into my sneaker creating program and start working it. I can do anything you wanted. Just take a little time, which is pretty cool. I could do anything: hats, t-shirts. I could do embroidery, stitched hats with anything embroidered, stitched on it. Same, I could do embroidery. I also got Champion. I got Adidas, to where I could put custom stuff on their blanks. Excuse me. Pretty cool.
You should try to bring back the Heelys.
Heely?
The Heelys, the shoes with the wheels on.
With wheels on it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Heelys. Try to bring those back.
I took someone on a ride once, a full-grown, like, Marine adult male who owned a pair of Heelys, and I was driving his Subaru, and he held onto the side window with it open, and we just go down these roads in San Diego that had like humps in the street. And I must have taken him like 15 miles an hour just down the road, and he was just holding on. And oh man, that's funny.
It's like so hard not to bust your ass on those.
Yeah, Marines know how to Heely.
Would be a Marine that could do it.
I don't know why I missed out on the Healy. I don't really know much about it. I know about like the pumps and wallabies.
Oh, that's a 5-minute look back through there. Bitcoin.
I'm a little uneasy here at this point in the chart after everything that happened earlier. I'm up so much on Litecoin. Like my Litecoin is just like completely ripped.
You've been watching Litecoin for like 48 hours.
So I'm trying to figure out, do I need to do something here? I really don't want to. Keep going. What's up there? We got liquidations up there. Well, it's plenty. My God. Go ahead, go through them. That was crazy this morning. I put my notifications in TradingView went off, and I put a hedge in on Litecoin at 126 or 7. I can't remember what it was last night, somewhere there. And it held, and it took it all the way down to Litecoin down to when it went to 120 this morning. And then after everything started reversing, it came up and it took me up out of it. And then after that, that was like midway through this move, and then things started, trying to see where it was at there. Well, anyway, things started acting funny, and then my Litecoin position started going negative again. I was like, oh, great. But sure enough, it turned around. It was freaking intense. Because my hedge was big. My hedge was, 4 times the size of my long. I was expecting the worst. I did, like, when we came down there this morning, I didn't even think it was done. I think at that time, Dbloc had some type of white line drawn even farther down. I was like, oh my God, it's gonna go to 89,000. I was prepared for it. I was kind of wanted it to happen because my damn hedge was so damn big. That's cool. I'll take this. I'm pretty disappointed in Ethereum. My God, you turd. What the hell? Where is it at? Because I was long on that, but I didn't hedge it. Because I was thinking maybe Ethereum, because before all of this happened, there was another dip a couple days ago, and Ethereum was literally pumping during the dip. I'm barely up on that now. 2,683. No, 2,675 is where I'm at. It's not good. But I didn't have the balls this morning to take that long on Litecoin at 120. And I think they showed that to me twice this morning. But I did open a fat ass hedge and I took it all the way down there. And my position was at 126 and I never closed that out. It came up, stopped me out of the hedge, and then ripped up past 126, now up to 132, almost 33. Hopefully that'll rip up to 137. I think I'm seeing resistance at 137 on Litecoin. To rip through that, I think I can see 150. And I heard old dude talking about 200. Shit, bring me 200. But that might be a little bit too bullish for right now, huh?
And does anyone know where I can find that audio that Dbloc was playing earlier with the guy that was rugging Melania coin?
Yeah, you just YouTube Voidzilla.
Sorry,
He
what was it
also
called?
he goes by CoffeeZilla, but he has another YouTube channel called Voidzilla. VOID, as in David.
Awesome, thank you.
What up, Dan? Anybody still awake?
Yo, yo.
What's your thoughts on this market today?
Yeah, New York was really rough. Right now, it's looking interesting. So we broke that uptrend, forming an M pattern, but it could also turn into a W if we go back up here. So yeah, kind of in between, I'd say. We'll have to wait what London will do. But overall, the market seems fudded, especially Solana. Have you seen the Solana FUD?
Oh yeah, that's because Portnoy and all those pump and dumps.
Yeah, people
They're gonna
are
crush.
starting to realize that the meme game is rigged.
They're gonna crush that. That'll be the death of Solana, being known for that.
I don't think so. I think they're just gonna send it back up. Maybe it's like a controlled FUD thing, you know, where they're just trying to accumulate more. I mean, you know David Sachs, right?
Yep.
He's a early investor in Solana as a VC. So he
Well, I
has
mean,
an
I
answer.
don't think it's gonna die, but at the same time, yeah, it could be controlled, I guess.
I mean, we just need
There's
Trump to say like Solana will be part of the strategic reserve or something like that, and then we'll send back up.
that's all that anything needs is a little positive news, but the overall market seems to be a little bit of FUD overall because this is just money moving around. It isn't even
Yeah,
the meme coin stuff. If anything, money's leaving, but uh, the meme coins the same money moving around. It's not new money coming in. You know,
true.
I kind of every time I
You're
get
an XRP head, right?
what's that?
You're an XRP head.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you know, you can consider me the old school XRP guy, I guess, but I also have.
I saw something. Trump reposted something about XRP.
I guess he had 2 posts today on Truth Social or something about XRP that
Yep.
drove everybody crazy, but it really
It
didn't.
didn't do much to the price, right?
Yeah.
Litecoin has been looking really strong lately. Maybe it's because of the ETF rumors.
That would be my guess. Yeah, it's just like we're ranging. The FTX news wasn't, or FTX release probably wasn't helpful.
You know Murad?
Yeah.
The meme guy?
Yeah.
The SPX guy? I saw a post that he sold all of his SPX OTC to some to the Galaxy Digital. I guess that's a fund or something. And they're offloading through private deals while hedging with shorts. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, it could get really ugly because everyone thinks he's still holding. But maybe it's just FUD, I don't know.
I was watching the market a little bit earlier today. It was dumping, and I was like, oh, here we go. It seems like we recovered a little bit, but I don't know. Bitcoin's just kind of holding steady in that 92 to 100. Overall market cap, though, is a gradual downtrend since we hit that almost 3.7 whatever trillion.
Yeah, dominance is also not looking good. It broke out of that downward channel.